Simon & Schuster Audio presents The Long Walk by Stephen King, writing as Richard Bachman, read by Kirby.
The Long Walk. Part 1. Starting Out. Chapter 1. An old blue Ford pulled into the guarded parking lot that morning, looking like a small, tired dog after a hard run. One of the guards, an expressionless young man in a khaki uniform and a Sam Brown belt, asked to see the blue plastic ID card. The boy in the back seat handed it to his mother. His mother handed it to the guard. The guard took it to a computer terminal that looked strange and out of place in the rural stillness. The computer terminal ate the card and flashed this on its screen. Garrity Raymond Davis, Road 1, Pownell, Maine, Androscoggin County, ID number 49-801-89, OK-OK-OK. The guard punched another button, and all of this disappeared, leaving the terminal screen smooth and green and blank again. He waved them forward. "Don't they give the card back?" Mrs. Garrity asked. "Don't they?" "No, Mom," Garrity said patiently. "Well, I don't like it," she said, pulling forward into an empty space. She had been saying it ever since they set out in the dark of 2 a.m. She had been moaning it, actually. "Don't worry," he said, without hearing himself. He was occupied with looking and with his own confusion of anticipation and fear. He was out of the car almost before the engine's last asthmatic wheeze, a tall, well-built boy wearing a faded army fatigue jacket against the 8 o'clock spring chill. His mother was also tall, but too thin. Her breasts were almost non-existent. Token nubs. Her eyes were wandering and unsure, somehow shocked. Her face was an invalid's face. Her iron-colored hair had gone awry under the complication of clips that was supposed to hold it in place. Her dress hung badly on her body, as if she had recently lost a lot of weight. "Ray," she said in that whispery conspirator's voice that he had come to dread. "Ray, listen." He ducked his head and pretended to tuck in his shirt. One of the guards was eating sea rations from a can and reading a comic book. Garrity watched the guard eating and reading and thought for the 10,000th time, "It's all real." And now, at last, the thought began to swing some weight. "There's still time to change your mind." The fear and anticipation cranked up a notch. "No, there's no time for that," he said. "The back-out date was yesterday." Still in that low conspirator's voice that he hated. "They'd understand. I know they would. The Major would," Garrity began, and saw his mother wince. "You know what the Major would do, Mom." Another car had finished the small ritual at the gate and had parked. A boy with dark hair got out. His parents followed, and for a moment the three of them stood in conference like worried baseball players. He, like some of the other boys, was wearing a light pack sack. Garrity wondered if he hadn't been a little stupid not to bring one himself. "You won't change your mind?" It was guilt. Guilt taking the face of anxiety. Although he was only 16, Ray Garrity knew something about guilt. She felt that she had been too dry, too tired, or maybe just too taken up with her older sorrows to halt her son's madness in its seedling stage, to halt it before the cumbersome machinery of the state, with its guards in khaki and its computer terminals, had taken over, binding himself more tightly to its insensate self with each passing day, until yesterday, when the lid had come down with a final bang. He put a hand on her shoulder. "This is my idea, Mom. I know it wasn't yours. He glanced around. No one was paying the slightest attention to them. "I love you, but this way is the best, one way or the other." "It's not," she said, now verging on tears. "Ray, it's not. If your father was here, he'd put a stop to—" "Well, he's not, is he?" He was brutal, hoping to stave off her tears. What if they had to drag her off? He had heard that sometimes that happened. The thought made him feel cold. In a softer voice, he said, "Let it go now, Mom, okay? He forced a grin. "Okay," he answered for her. Her chin was still trembling, but she nodded. Not all right, but too late. There was nothing anyone could do. A light wind soughed through the pines. The sky was pure blue. The road was just ahead in the simple stone post that marked the border between America and Canada. Suddenly, his anticipation was greater than his fear, and he wanted to get going, get the show on the road. "I made these. You can take them, can't you? They're not too heavy, are they?" She thrust a foil-wrapped package of cookies at him. "Yeah." He took them and then clutched her awkwardly, trying to give her what she needed to have. He kissed her cheek. Her skin was like old silk. For a moment, he could have cried himself. Then he thought of the smiling, mustachioed face of the Major and stepped back, stuffing the cookies into the pocket of his fatigue jacket. "Goodbye, Mom." "Goodbye, Ray. Be a good boy." She stood there for a moment, and he had a sense of her being very light, as if even the light puffs of breeze blowing this morning might send her sailing away like a dandelion gone to seed. Then she got back into the car and started the engine. Garrity stood there. She raised her hand and waved. The tears were flowing now. He could see them. He waved back, and then as she pulled out, he just stood there with his arms at his sides, conscious of how fine and brave and alone he must look. But when the car had passed back through the gate, forlornness struck him, and he was only a 16-year-old boy again, alone in a strange place. He turned back toward the road. The other boy, the dark-haired one, was watching his folks pull out. He had a bad scar along one cheek. Garrity walked over to him and said hello. The dark-haired boy gave him a glance. "Hi." "I'm Ray Garrity," he said, feeling mildly like an asshole. "I'm Peter McVries." "You're ready?" Garrity asked. McVries shrugged. "I feel jumpy. That's the worst." Garrity nodded. The two of them walked toward the road and the stone marker. Behind them, other cars were pulling out. A woman began screaming abruptly. Unconsciously, Garrity and McVries drew closer together. Neither of them looked back. Ahead of them was the road, wide and black. "That composition surface will be hot by noon," McVries said abruptly. "I'm going to stick to the shoulder." Garrity nodded. McVries looked at him thoughtfully. "What do you weigh?" 160. "I'm 167. They say the heavier guys get tired quicker, but I think I'm in pretty good shape." To Garrity, Peter McVries looked rather more than that. He looked awesomely fit. He wondered who they were that said the heavier guys got tired quicker, almost asked, and decided not to. The walk was one of those things that existed on Apocrypha, talismans, legend. McVries sat down in the shade near a couple of other boys, and after a moment, Garrity sat beside him. McVries seemed to have dismissed him entirely. Garrity looked at his watch. It was 8:05. 55 minutes to go. Impatience and anticipation came back, and he did his best to squash them, telling himself to enjoy sitting while he could. All of the boys were sitting in groups and sitting alone. One boy had climbed onto the lowest branch of a pine overlooking the road and was eating what looked like a jelly sandwich. He was skinny and blond, wearing purple pants and a blue chambray shirt under an old green zip sweater with holes in the elbows. Garrity wondered if the skinny ones would last or burn out quickly. The boys he and McVries had sat down next to were talking. "I'm not hurrying," one of them said. "Why should I? If I get worn, so what? You adjust, that's all. Adjustment is the key word here. Remember where you heard that first." He looked around and discovered Garrity and McVries. "More lambs to the slaughter. Hank Olson's the name. Walking is my game." He said this with no trace of a smile at all. Garrity offered his own name. McVries spoke his own absently, still looking off toward the road. "I'm Art Baker," the other said quietly. He spoke with a very slight southern accent. The four of them shook hands all around. There was a moment's silence, and McVree said, "Kind of scary, isn't it?" They all nodded, except Hank Olson, who shrugged and grinned. Garrity watched the boy in the pine tree finish his sandwich, ball up the waxed paper it had been in, and toss it onto the soft shoulder. He'll burn out early, he decided. That made him feel a little better. "You see that spot right by the marker post?" Olson said suddenly. They all looked. The breeze made moving shadow patterns across the road. Garrity didn't know if he saw anything or not. "That's from the long walk the year before last," Olson said with grim satisfaction. "Kid was so scared, he just froze up at 9 o'clock. They considered the horror of it silently. "Just couldn't move. He took his 3 warnings, and then at 9:02 a.m., they gave him his ticket, right there by the starting post." Garrity wondered if his own legs would freeze. He didn't think so, but it was a thing you wouldn't know for sure until the time came, and it was a terrible thought. He wondered why Hank Olson wanted to bring up such a terrible thing. Suddenly, Art Baker sat up straight. "Here he comes." A dun-colored Jeep drove up to the stone marker and stopped. It was followed by a strange, tread-equipped vehicle that moved much more slowly. There were toy-sized radar dishes mounted on the front and back of this half-track. 2 soldiers lounged on its upper deck, and Garrity felt a chill in his belly when he looked at them. They were carrying Army-type heavy-caliber carbine rifles. Some of the boys got up, but Garrity did not. Neither did Olson or Baker, and after his initial look, McVree seemed to have fallen back into his own thoughts. The skinny kid in the pine tree was swinging his feet idly. The Major got out of the Jeep. He was a tall, straight man with a deep desert tan that went well with his simple khakis. A pistol was strapped to his Sam Brown belt, and he was wearing reflector sunglasses. It was rumored that the Major's eyes were extremely light-sensitive, and he was never seen in public without his sunglasses. "Sit down, boys," he said. "Keep Hint 13 in mind." Hint 13 was conserve energy whenever possible. Those who had stood sat down. Garrity looked at his watch again. It said 8:16, and he decided it was a minute fast. The Major always showed up on time. He thought momentarily of setting it back a minute, and then forgot it. "I'm not going to make a speech," the Major said, sweeping them with the blank lenses that covered his eyes. "I give my congratulations to the winner among your number, and my acknowledgments of valor to the losers." He turned to the back of the Jeep. There was a living silence. Garrity breathed deep of the spring air. It would be warm, a good day to walk. The Major turned back to them. He was holding a clipboard. "When I call your name, please step forward and take your number. Then go back to your place until it is time to begin. Do this smartly, please." "You're in the Army now," Olson whispered with a grin, but Garrity ignored it. You couldn't help admiring the Major. Garrity's father, before the squads took him away, had been fond of calling the Major the rarest and most dangerous monster any nation can produce, a society-supported sociopath. But he had never seen the Major in person. "Aronson?" A short, chunky farm boy with a sunburned neck gangled forward, obviously awed by the Major's presence, and took his large plastic 1. He fixed it to his shirt by the pressure strip, and the Major clapped him on the back. "Abraham?" A tall boy with reddish hair and jeans and a t-shirt. His jacket was tied about his waist, schoolboy style, and flapped wildly around his knees. Olson sniggered. "Baker? Arthur?" "That's me," Baker said, and got to his feet. He moved with deceptive leisure, and he made Garrity nervous. Baker was going to be tough. Baker was going to last a long time. Baker came back. He had pressed his number 3 onto the right breast of his shirt. "Did he say anything to you?" Garrity asked. "He asked me if it was commencing to come off hot down home," Baker said shyly. Yeah, the Major talked to me. Not as hot as it's going to commence getting up here, Olson cracked. Baker James, the Major said. It went on until 8:40, and it came out right. No one had ducked out. Back in the parking lot, engines started, and a number of cars began pulling out. Boys from the backup list who would now go home and watch the long walk coverage on TV. It's on, Garrity thought. It's really on. When his turn came, the Major gave him number 47 and told him, good luck. Up close, he smelled very masculine and somehow overpowering. Garrity had an almost insatiable urge to touch the man's leg and make sure he was real. Peter McVries was 61. Hank Olson was 70. He was with the Major longer than the rest. The Major laughed at something Olson said and clapped him on the back. I told him to keep a lot of money on short call, Olson said when he came back. And he told me to give him hell. Said he'd like to see someone who was raring to rip. Give him hell, boy, he said. Pretty good, McVries said, and then winked at Garrity. Garrity wondered what McVries had meant, winking like that. Was he making fun of Olson? The skinny boy in the tree was named Stebbins. He got his number with his head down, not speaking to the Major at all, and then sat back at the base of his tree. Garrity was somehow fascinated with the boy. Number 100 was a red-headed fellow with a volcanic complexion. His name was Zuck. He got his number, and then they all sat and waited for what would come next. Then 3 soldiers from the half-track passed out wide belts with snap pockets. The pockets were filled with tubes of high-energy concentrate pastes. More soldiers came around with canteens. They buckled on the belts and slung the canteens. Olson slung his belt low on his hips, like a gunslinger, found a wafer chocolate bar, and began to eat it. Not bad, he said, grinning. He swigged from his canteen, washing down the chocolate, and Garrity wondered if Olson was just fronting, or if he knew something Garrity did not. The Major looked them over soberly. Garrity's wristwatch said 8:56. How had it gotten so late? His stomach lurched painfully. All right, fellows. Line up by tens, please. No particular order. Stay with your friends if you like. Garrity got up. He felt numb and unreal. It was as if his body now belonged to someone else. Well, here we go, McVries said at his elbow. Good luck, everyone. Good luck to you, Garrity said, surprised. McVries said, I need my fucking head examined. He looked suddenly pale and sweaty, not so awesomely fit as he had earlier. He was trying to smile, and not making it. The scar stood out on his cheek like a wild punctuation mark. Stebbins got up and ambled to the rear of the 10-wide, 10-deep queue. Olson, Baker, McVries, and Garrity were in the third row. Garrity's mouth was dry. He wondered if he should drink some water. He decided against it. He had never in his life been so aware of his feet. He wondered if he might freeze and get his ticket on the starting line. He wondered if Stebbins would fold early. Stebbins, with his jelly sandwich in his purple pants. He wondered if he would fold up first. He wondered what it would feel like if... His wristwatch said 8:59. The Major was studying a stainless steel pocket chronometer. He raised his fingers slowly, and everything hung suspended with his hand. The 100 boys watched it carefully, and the silence was awful and immense. The silence was everything. Garrity's watch said 9 o'clock, but the poised hand did not fall. Do it! Why doesn't he do it? He felt like screaming it out. Then he remembered that his watch was a minute fast. You could set your watch by the Major, only he hadn't. He had forgotten. The Major's fingers dropped. Luck to all, he said. His face was expressionless, and the reflector sunglasses hid his eyes. They began to walk smoothly, with no jostling. Garrity walked with them. He hadn't frozen. Nobody froze. His feet passed beyond the stone marker, in parade step with McVries on his left and Olson on his right. The sound of feet was very loud. "This is it. This is it. This is it." A sudden, insane urge to stop came to him, just to see if they really meant business. He rejected the thought indignantly and a little fearfully. They came out of the shade and into the sun, the warm spring sun. It felt good. Garrity relaxed, put his hands in his pockets, and kept step with McVries. The group began to spread out, each person finding his own stride and speed. The half-track clanked along the soft shoulder, throwing thin dust. The tiny radar dishes turned busily, monitoring each walker's speed with a sophisticated onboard computer. Low-speed cutoff was exactly 4 miles an hour. "Warning! Warning, 88!" Garrity started and looked around. It was Stebbins. Stebbins was 88. Suddenly, he was sure Stebbins was going to get his ticket right here, still in sight of the starting post. "Smart," it was Olson. "What?" Garrity asked. He had to make a conscious effort to move his tongue. "The guy takes a warning while he's still fresh and gets an idea of where the limit is. And he can slough it easy enough. You walk an hour without getting a fresh warning, you lose one of the old ones. You know that." "Sure I know it," Garrity said. "It was in the rule book. They gave you 3 warnings. The 4th time you fell below 4 miles an hour, you were out of the walk. But if you had 3 warnings and could manage to walk for 3 hours, you were back in the sun again." "So now he knows," Olson said. "And at 10:02, he's in the clear again." Garrity walked on at a good clip. He was feeling fine. The starting post dropped from sight as they breasted a hill and began descending into a long pine-studded valley. Here and there were rectangular fields with the earth just freshly turned. "Potatoes, they tell me," McVries said. "Best in the world," Garrity answered automatically. "You from Maine?" Baker asked. "Yeah, downstate." He looked up ahead. Several boys had drawn away from the main group, making perhaps 6 miles an hour. 2 of them were wearing identical leather jackets, with what looked like eagles on the back. It was a temptation to speed up, but Garrity refused to be hurried. Conserve energy whenever possible. Hint 13. "Does the road go anywhere near your hometown?" McVries asked. "About 7 miles to one side. I guess my mother and my girlfriend will come to see me." He paused and added carefully. "If I'm still walking, of course." "Hell, there won't be 25 gone when we get downstate," Olson said. A silence fell among them at that. Garrity knew it wasn't so, and he thought Olson did too. 2 other boys received warnings, and in spite of what Olson had said, Garrity's heart lurched each time. He checked back on Stebbins. He was still at the rear, and eating another jelly sandwich. There was a 3rd sandwich jutting from the pocket of his ragged green sweater. Garrity wondered if his mother had made them, and he thought of the cookies his own mother had given him, pressed on him, as if warding off evil spirits. "Why don't they let people watch the start of a long walk?" Garrity asked. "Spoils the walker's concentration," a sharp voice said. Garrity turned his head. It was a small, dark, intense-looking boy with the number 5 pressed to the collar of his jacket. Garrity couldn't remember his name. "Concentration?" he said. "Yes." The boy moved up beside Garrity. "The major has said it is very important to concentrate on calmness at the beginning of a long walk." He pressed his thumb reflectively against the end of his rather sharp nose. There was a bright red pimple there. "I agree. Excitement, crowds, TV, later. Right now, all we need to do is focus." He stared at Garrity with his hooded dark brown eyes and said it again. "Focus." "All I'm focusing on is picking him up and laying him down," Olson said. 5 looked insulted. "You have to pace yourself. You have to focus on yourself. You have to have a plan. I'm Gary Barkovich, by the way. My home is Washington, D.C. I'm John Carter, Olson said. My home is Barsoom, Mars. Barkovich curled his lip in contempt and dropped back. There's one cuckoo in every clock, I guess, Olson said. But Garrity thought Barkovich was thinking pretty clearly, at least until one of the guards called out, Warning! Warning 5! About 5 minutes later. I've got a stone in my shoe, Barkovich said waspishly. The soldier didn't reply. He dropped off the half-track and stood on the shoulder of the road opposite Barkovich. In his hand, he held a stainless steel chronometer just like the Major's. Barkovich stopped completely and took off his shoe. He took a tiny pebble out of it. Dark, intense, his olive sallow face shiny with sweat, he paid no attention when the soldier called out, Second warning 5. Instead, he smoothed his sock carefully over the arch of his foot. Uh-oh, Olson said. They had all turned around and were walking backward. Stebbins, still at the tag end, walked past Barkovich without looking at him. Now Barkovich was all alone, slightly to the right of the white line, retying his shoe. Third warning 5. Final warning. There was something in Garrity's belly that felt like a sticky ball of mucus. He didn't want to look, but he couldn't look away. He wasn't conserving energy whenever possible by walking backward, but he couldn't help that either. He could almost feel Barkovich's seconds shriveling away to nothing. Oh boy, Olson said. That dumb shit. He's gonna get his ticket. But then Barkovich was up. He paused to brush some road dirt from the knees of his pants. Then he broke into a trot, caught up with the group, and settled back into his walking pace. He passed Stebbins, who still didn't look at him, and caught up with Olson. He grinned, brown eyes glittering. See? I just got myself a rest. It's all in my plan. Maybe you think so, Olson said, his voice higher than usual. All I see that you got is 3 warnings. For your lousy minute and a half, you got to walk 3 fucking hours. And why in hell did you need a rest? We just started, for Christ's sake. Barkovich looked insulted. His eyes burned at Olson. We'll see who gets his ticket first, you or me, he said. It's all in my plan. Your plan and the stuff that comes out of my asshole bear a suspicious resemblance to each other, Olson said, and Baker chuckled. With a snort, Barkovich strode past them. Olson couldn't resist a parting shot. Just don't stumble, buddy. They don't warn you again. They just... Barkovich didn't even look back, and Olson gave up, disgusted. At 9:13 by Garrity's watch, he had taken the trouble to set it back the 1 minute. The Major's jeep breasted the hill they had just started down. He came past them on the shoulder opposite the pacing half-track and raised a battery-powered loudhailer to his lips. I'm pleased to announce that you have finished the first mile of your journey, boys. I'd also like to remind you that the longest distance a full complement of walkers has ever covered is 7 3/4 miles. I'm hoping you'll do better than that. The jeep spurted ahead. Olson appeared to be considering this news with startled, even fearful wonder. Not even 8 miles, Garrity thought. It wasn't nearly as far as he would have guessed. He hadn't expected anyone, not even Stebbins, to get a ticket until late afternoon at least. He thought of Barkovich. All he had to do was fall below speed once in the next hour. Ray? It was Art Baker. He had taken off his coat and slung it over one arm. Any particular reason you came on the long walk? Garrity unclipped his canteen and had a quick swallow of water. It was cool and good. It left beads of moisture on his upper lip, and he licked them off. It was good to feel things like that. I don't really know, he said truthfully. Me either, Baker thought for a moment. Did you go out for track or anything? In school? No. Me either. But I guess it don't matter, does it? Not now. No, not now, Garrity asked. Conversation lulled. They passed through a small village with a country store and a gas station. Two old men sat on folding lawn chairs outside the gas station, watching them with hooded and reptilian old men's eyes. On the steps of the country store, a young woman held up her tiny son so he could see them, and a couple of older kids, around 12, Garrity judged, watched them out of sight, wistfully. Some of the boys began to speculate about how much ground they had covered. The word came back that a second pacer half-track had been dispatched to cover the half a dozen boys in the vanguard. They were now completely out of sight. Someone said they were doing 7 miles an hour. Someone else said it was 10. Someone told them authoritatively that a guy up ahead was flagging and had been warned twice. Garrity wondered why they weren't catching up to him if that was true. Olson finished the wafer chocolate bar he had started back at the border and drank some water. Some of the others were also eating, but Garrity decided to wait until he was really hungry. He had heard the concentrates were quite good. The astronauts got them when they went into space. A little after 10 o'clock, they passed a sign that said, Limestone, 10 miles. Garrity thought about the only long walk his father had ever let him go to. They went to Freeport and watched them walk through. His mother had been with them. The walkers were tired and hollow-eyed and barely conscious of the cheering and the waving signs and the constant hurrah as people cheered on their favorites and those on whom they had wagered. His father told him later that day that people lined the roads from Bangor on. Up country, it wasn't so interesting, and the road was strictly cordoned off, maybe so they could concentrate on being calm, as Barkovich had said. But as time passed, it got better, of course. When the walkers passed through Freeport that year, they had been on the road over 72 hours. Garrity had been 10 and overwhelmed by everything. The major had made a speech to the crowd while the boys were still 5 miles out of town. He began with competition, progressed to patriotism, and finished with something called the gross national product. Garrity had laughed at that, because to him, gross meant something nasty, like boogers. He had eaten 6 hot dogs, and when he finally saw the walkers coming, he had wet his pants. One boy had been screaming. That was his most vivid memory. Every time he put his foot down, he had screamed, I can't, I can't, I can't, I can't. But he went on walking. They all did, and pretty soon the last of them had gone past LL Bean's on US 1 and out of sight. Garrity had been mildly disappointed at not seeing anyone get a ticket. They had never gone to another long walk. Later that night, Garrity had heard his father shouting thickly at someone into the telephone, the way he did when he was being drunk or political, and his mother in the background, her conspiratorial whisper begging him to stop, please stop, before someone picked up the party line. Garrity drank some more water and wondered how Barkovich was making it. They were passing more houses now. Families sat out on their front lawns, smiling, waving, drinking Coca-Colas. Garrity, McVries said. My, look what you got. A pretty girl of about 16 in a white blouse and red checkered pedal pushers was holding up a big magic marker sign. Go, go, Garrity, number 47. We love you, Ray. Maine's own. Garrity felt his heart swell. He suddenly knew he was going to win. The unnamed girl proved it. Olson whistled wetly and began to slide his stiff index finger rapidly in and out of his loosely curled fist. Garrity thought that was a pretty goddamn sick thing to be doing. To hell with Hint 13. Garrity ran over to the side of the road. The girl saw his number and squealed. She threw herself at him and kissed him hard. Garrity was suddenly, sweatily aroused. He kissed back, vigorously. The girl poked her tongue into his mouth twice, delicately. Hardly aware of what he was doing, he put one hand on a round buttock and squeezed gently. Warning! Warning, 47! Garrity stepped back and grinned. Thanks. Oh, sure. Her eyes were starry. He tried to think of something else to say, but he could see the soldier opening his mouth to give him the second warning. He trotted back to his place, panting a little and grinning. He felt a little guilty after hint 13 just the same, though. Olson was also grinning. For that, I would have taken 3 warnings. Garrity didn't answer, but he turned around and walked backward and waved to the girl. When she was out of sight, he turned around and began to walk firmly. An hour before his warning would be gone. He must be careful not to get another one. But he felt good. He felt fit. He felt like he could walk all the way to Florida. He started to walk faster. Ray, McVries was still smiling. What's your hurry? Yeah, that was right. Hint 6. Slow and easy does it. Thanks. McVries went on smiling. Don't thank me too much. I'm out to win too. Garrity stared at him, disconcerted. I mean, let's not put this on a 3 Musketeer basis. I like you, and it's obvious you're a big hit with the pretty girls. But if you fall over, I won't pick you up. Yeah, he smiled back, but his smile felt lame. On the other hand, Baker drawled softly, we're all in this together, and we might as well keep each other amused. McVries smiled. Why not? They came to an upslope and saved their breath for walking. Halfway up, Garrity took off his jacket and slung it over his shoulder. A few moments later, they passed someone's discarded sweater lying on the road. Someone, Garrity thought, is going to wish they had that tonight. Up ahead, a couple of the point walkers were losing ground. Garrity concentrated on picking them up and putting them down. He still felt good. He felt strong. Chapter 2. I'm Harkness, number 49. You're Garrity, number 47, right? Garrity looked at Harkness, who wore glasses and had a crew cut. Harkness's face was red and sweaty. That's right. Harkness had a notebook. He wrote Garrity's name and number in it. The script was strange and jerky, bumping up and down as he walked. He ran into a fellow named Collie Parker, who told him to watch where the fuck he was going. Garrity suppressed a smile. I'm taking down everyone's name and number, Harkness said. When he looked up, the mid-morning sun sparkled on the lenses of his glasses, and Garrity had to squint to see his face. It was 10:30, and they were 8 miles out of Limestone, and they had only 1.75 miles to go to beat the record of the farthest distance traveled by a complete long-walk group. I suppose you're wondering why I'm writing down everyone's name and number, Harkness said. You're with the squads, Olson cracked over his shoulder. No, I'm going to write a book, Harkness said pleasantly. When this is all over, I'm going to write a book. Garrity grinned. If you win, you're going to write a book, you mean? Harkness shrugged. Yes, I suppose. But look at this. A book about the long walk from an insider's point of view could make me a rich man. McVries burst out laughing. If you win, you won't need a book to make you a rich man, will you? Harkness frowned. Well, I suppose not. But it would still make one heck of an interesting book, I think. They walked on, and Harkness continued taking names and numbers. Most gave them willingly enough, joshing him about the great book. Now they had come 6 miles. The word came back that it looked good for breaking the record. Garrity speculated briefly on why they should want to break the record anyhow. The quicker the competition dropped out, the better the odds became for those remaining. He supposed it was a matter of pride. The word also came back that thunder showers were forecast for the afternoon. Someone had a transistor radio, Garrity supposed. If it was true, it was bad news. Early May thunder showers weren't the warmest. They kept walking. McVries walked firmly, keeping his head up and swinging his arms slightly. He had tried the shoulder, but fighting the loose soil there had made him give it up. He hadn't been warned, and if the knapsack was giving him any trouble or chafing, he showed no sign. His eyes were always searching the horizon. When they passed small clusters of people, he waved and smiled his thin-lipped smile. He showed no signs of tiring. Baker ambled along, moving in a kind of knee-bent shuffle that seemed to cover the ground when you weren't looking. He swung his coat idly, smiled at the pointing people, and sometimes whistled a low snatch of some tune or other. Garrity thought he looked like he could go on forever. Olson wasn't talking so much anymore, and every few moments he would bend one knee swiftly. Each time, Garrity could hear the joint pop. Olson was stiffening up a little, Garrity thought, beginning to show 6 miles of walking. Garrity judged that one of his canteens must be almost empty. Olson would have to pee before too long. Barkovich kept up the same jerky pace, now ahead of the main group as if to catch up with the vanguard walkers, now dropping back towards Stebbins' position on drag. He lost one of his 3 warnings and gained it back 5 minutes later. Garrity decided he must like it there on the edge of nothing. Stebbins just kept on walking off by himself. Garrity hadn't seen him speak to anybody. He wondered if Stebbins was lonely or tired. He still thought Stebbins would fold up early, maybe first, although he didn't know why he thought so. Stebbins had taken off the old green sweater, and he carried the last jelly sandwich in his hand. He looked at no one. His face was a mask. They walked on. The road was crossed by another, and policemen were holding up traffic as the walkers passed. They saluted each walker, and a couple of the boys, secure in their immunity, thumbed their noses. Garrity didn't approve. He smiled and nodded to acknowledge the police, and wondered if the police thought they were all crazy. The cars honked, and then some woman yelled out to her son. She had parked beside the road, apparently waiting to make sure her boy was still along for the walk. "Percy! Percy!" It was 31. He blushed, then waved a little, and then hurried on with his head slightly bent. The woman tried to run out into the road. The guards on the top deck of the half-track stiffened, but one of the policemen caught her arm and restrained her gently. Then the road curved, and the intersection was out of sight. They passed across a wooden slatted bridge. A small brook gurgled its way underneath. Garrity walked close to the railing, and looking over, he could see, for just a moment, a distorted image of his own face. They passed a sign which read Limestone 7 miles, and then under, a rippling banner which said, "Limestone is proud to welcome the long walkers." Garrity figured they had to be less than a mile from breaking the record. Then the word came back, and this time the word was about a boy named Curly, number 7. Curly had a Charlie horse and had already picked up his first warning. Garrity put on some speed and came even with McVries and Olson. "Where is he?" Olson jerked his thumb at a skinny, gangling boy in blue jeans. Curly had been trying to cultivate sideburns. The sideburns had failed. His lean and earnest face was now set in lines of terrific concentration, and he was staring at his right leg. He was favoring it. He was losing ground, and his face showed it. "Warning! Warning 7!" Curly began to force himself faster. He was panting a little, as much from fear as from his exertions, Garrity thought. Garrity lost all track of time. He forgot everything but Curly. He watched him struggle, realizing in a numb sort of way that this might be his struggle an hour from now, or a day from now. It was the most fascinating thing he had ever seen. Curly fell back slowly, and several warnings were issued to others before the group realized they were adjusting to his speed in their fascination, which meant Curly was very close to the edge. "Warning! Warning 7! Third warning 7! "I've got a Charlie horse!" Curly shouted hoarsely. "It ain't no fair if you've got a Charlie horse!" He was almost beside Garrity now. Garrity could see Curly's Adam's apple going up and down. Curly was massaging his leg frantically, and Garrity could smell panic coming off Curly in waves. and it was like the smell of a ripe, freshly cut lemon. Garrity began to pull ahead of him, and the next moment, Curly exclaimed, "Thank God, she's loosening." No one said anything. Garrity felt a grudging disappointment. It was mean and unsporting, he supposed, but he wanted to be sure someone got a ticket before he did. Who wants to bow out first? Garrity's watch said 11:05 now. He supposed that meant they had beaten the record, figuring 2 hours times 4 miles an hour. They would be in Limestone soon. He saw Olson flex first one knee, then the other again. Curious, he tried it himself. His knee joints popped audibly, and he was surprised to find how much stiffness had settled into them. Still, his feet didn't hurt. That was something. They passed a milk truck parked at the head of a small dirt feeder road. The milkman was sitting on the hood. He waved good-naturedly. "Go to it, boys." Garrity felt suddenly angry, felt like yelling. "Why don't you just get up off your fat ass and go to it with us?" But the milkman was past 18. In fact, he looked well past 30. He was old. "Okay, everybody, take 5, Olson cracked suddenly, and got some laughs. The milk truck was out of sight. There were more roads now, more policemen and people honking and waving. Someone threw confetti. Garrity began to feel important. He was, after all, Maine's own. Suddenly, Curly screamed. Garrity looked back over his shoulder. Curly was doubled over, holding his leg and screaming. Somehow, incredibly, he was still walking, but very slowly. Much too slowly. Everything went slowly then, as if to match the way Curly was walking. The soldiers on the back of the slow-moving half-track raised their guns. The crowd gasped, as if they hadn't known this was the way it was, and the walkers gasped, as if they hadn't known. And Garrity gasped with them, but of course he had known. Of course they had all known. It was very simple. Curly was going to get his ticket. The safeties clicked off. Boys scattered from around Curly like quail. He was suddenly alone on the sun-washed road. "It isn't fair!" he screamed. "It just isn't fair!" The walking boys entered a leafy glade of shadow, some of them looking back, some of them looking straight ahead, afraid to see. Garrity was looking. He had to look. The scatter of waving spectators had fallen silent, as if someone had simply clicked them all off. "It isn't?" 4 carbines fired. They were very loud. The noise traveled away like bowling balls, struck the hills, and rolled back. Curly's angular, pimply head disappeared in a hammer smash of blood and brains and flying skull fragments. The rest of him fell forward on the white line like a sack of mail. 99 now, Garrity thought sickly. 99 bottles of beer on the wall, and if one of those bottles should happen to fall... Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Stebbins stepped over the body. His foot slid a little in some of the blood, and his next step with that foot left a bloody track, like a photograph in an official detective magazine. Stebbins didn't look down at what was left of Curly. His face didn't change expression. "Stebbins, you bastard," Garrity thought. "You were supposed to get your ticket first, didn't you know?" Then Garrity looked away. He didn't want to be sick. He didn't want to vomit. A woman beside a Volkswagen bus put her face in her hands. She made odd noises in her throat, and Garrity found he could look right up her dress to her underpants, her blue underpants. Inexplicably, he found himself aroused again. A fat man with a bald head was staring at Curly and rubbing frantically at a wart beside his ear. He wet his large, thick lips and went on looking and rubbing the wart. He was still looking when Garrity passed him by. They walked on. Garrity found himself walking with Olson, Baker, and McVrees again. They were almost protectively bunched up. All of them were looking straight ahead now, their faces carefully expressionless. The echoes of the carbines seemed to hang in the air still. Garrity kept thinking about the bloody footprint that Stebbins' tennis shoe had left. He wondered if it was still tracking Red, almost turned his head to look, then told himself not to be a fool. But he couldn't help wondering. He wondered if it had hurt Curly. He wondered if Curly had felt the gas-tipped slugs hitting home, or if he had just been alive 1 second and dead the next. But of course it had hurt. It had hurt before, in the worst rupturing way, knowing there would be no more you, but the universe would roll on just the same, unharmed and unhampered. The word came back that they had made almost 9 miles before Curly bought his ticket. The Major was said to be as pleased as Punch. Garrity wondered how anyone could know where the hell the Major was. He looked back suddenly, wanting to know what was being done with Curly's body, but they had already rounded another curve. Curly was out of sight. "What have you got in that pack sack?" Baker asked McVree suddenly. He was making an effort to be strictly conversational, but his voice was high and reedy, near to cracking. "A fresh shirt," McVree said, "and some raw hamburger." "Raw hamburger?" Olson made a sick face. "Good fast energy in raw hamburger," McVree said. "You're off your trolley. You'll puke all over the place." McVrees only smiled. Garrity kind of wished he had brought some raw hamburger himself. He didn't know about fast energy, but he liked raw hamburger. It beat chocolate bars and concentrates. Suddenly he thought of his cookies. But after Curly, he wasn't very hungry. After Curly, could he really have been thinking about eating raw hamburger? The word that one of the walkers had been ticketed out ran through the spectators, and for some reason they began to cheer even more loudly. Thin applause crackled like popcorn. Garrity wondered if it was embarrassing, being shot in front of people, and guessed by the time you got to that, you probably didn't give a tin whistle. Curly hadn't looked as if he gave a tin whistle, certainly. Having to relieve yourself, though, that would be bad. Garrity decided not to think about that. The hands on his watch now stood firmly straight up at noon. They crossed a rusty iron bridge spanning a high, dry gorge, and on the other side was a sign reading, "Entering Limestone City Limits. Welcome, long walkers." Some of the boys cheered, but Garrity saved his breath. The road widened, and the walkers spread across it comfortably, the groups loosening up a little. After all, Curly was 3 miles back now. Garrity took out his cookies and for a moment turned the foil package over in his hands. He thought homesickly of his mother, then stuffed the feeling inside. He would see Mom and Jen in Freeport. That was a promise. He ate a cookie and felt a little better. "You know something?" McVree said. Garrity shook his head. He took a swig from his canteen and waved at an elderly couple sitting beside the road with a small cardboard Garrity sign. "I have no idea what I'll want if I do win this," McVree said. "There's nothing that I really need. I mean, I don't have a sick old mother sitting home or a father on a kiddie machine or anything. I don't even have a little brother dying gamely of leukemia." He laughed and unstrapped his canteen. "You've got a point there," Garrity agreed. "You mean I don't have a point there? The whole thing is pointless." "You don't really mean that," Garrity said confidently. "If you had to do it all over again, yeah, I'd still do it, but—" "Hey!" The boy ahead of them, Pearson, pointed. "Sidewalks!" They were finally coming into the town proper. Handsome houses set back from the road looked down at them from the vantage of ascending green lawns. The lawns were crowded with people, waving and cheering. It seemed to Garrity that almost all of them were sitting down, sitting on the ground, on lawn chairs like the old men back at the gas station, sitting on picnic tables, even sitting on swings and porch gliders. He felt a touch of jealous anger. "Go ahead and wave your asses off. I'll be damned if I'll wave back any more. Hint 13, conserve energy whenever possible." But finally, he decided he was being foolish. People might decide he was getting snotty. He was, after all, Maine's own. He decided he would wave to all the people with Garrity signs, and to all the pretty girls. Side streets and cross streets moved steadily past. Sycamore Street and Clark Avenue, Exchange Street and Juniper Lane. They passed a corner grocery with a Narragansett beer sign in the window and a 5 and dime plastered with pictures of the Major. The sidewalks were lined with people, but thinly lined. On the whole, Garrity was disappointed. He knew the real crowds would come further down the line, but it was still something of a wet firecracker. And poor old Curly had missed even this. The Major's Jeep suddenly spurted out of a side street and began pacing the main group. The vanguard was still some distance ahead. A tremendous cheer went up. The Major nodded and smiled and waved to the crowd. Then he made a neat left face and saluted the boys. Garrity felt a thrill go straight up his back. The Major's sunglasses glinted in the early afternoon sunlight. The Major raised the battery-powered loudhailer to his lips. "I'm proud of you boys. Proud." From somewhere behind Garrity, a voice said softly, but clearly, "Diddly shit." Garrity turned his head, but there was no one back there but 4 or 5 boys watching the Major intently. One of them realized he was saluting and dropped his hand sheepishly. And Stebbins did not even seem to be looking at the Major. The Jeep roared ahead. A moment later, the Major was gone again. They reached downtown Limestone around 12:30. Garrity was disappointed. It was pretty much of a one-hydrant town. There was a business section and 3 used car lots and a McDonald's and a Burger King and a Pizza Hut and an industrial park, and that was Limestone. "It isn't very big, is it?" Baker said. Olson laughed. "It's probably a nice place to live," Garrity said defensively. "God spare me from nice places to live," McVree said, but he was smiling. "Well, what turns you on?" Garrity said lamely. By 1 o'clock, Limestone was a memory. A small swaggering boy in patched denim overalls walked along with them for almost a mile, then sat down and watched them go by. The country grew hillier. Garrity felt the first real sweat of the day coming out on him. His shirt was patched to his back. On his right, thunderheads were forming, but they were still far away. There was a light, circulating breeze, and that helped a little. "What's the next big town, Garrity?" McVrees asked. "Caribou, I guess." He was wondering if Stebbins had eaten his last sandwich yet. Stebbins had gotten into his head like a snatch of pop music that goes around and around until you think you're going to go crazy with it. It was 1:30. The long walk had progressed through 18 miles. "How far's that?" Garrity wondered what the record was for miles walked with only one walker punched out. 18 miles seemed pretty good to him. 18 miles was a figure a man could be proud of. "I walked 18 miles. 18. "I said," McVrees began patiently, "maybe 30 miles from here?" 30? Pearson said. "Jesus." "It's a bigger town than Limestone," Garrity said. He was still feeling defensive, God knew why. Maybe because so many of these boys would die here. Maybe all of them. Probably all of them. Only 6 long walks in history had ended over the state line in New Hampshire, and only one had gotten into Massachusetts. And the experts said that was like Hank Aaron hitting 730 home runs, or whatever it was, a record that would never be equaled. Maybe he would die here too. Maybe he would. But that was different. Native soil. He had an idea the Major would like that. He died on his native soil. He tipped his canteen up and found it was empty. "Canteen," he called. 47 calling for a canteen. One of the soldiers jumped off the half-track and brought over a fresh canteen. When he turned away, Garrity touched the carbine slung over the soldier's back. He did it furtively, but McVrees saw him. "Why'd you do that?" Garrity grinned and felt confused. I don't know. Like knocking on wood, maybe? You're a dear boy, Ray, McVries said, and then put on some speed and caught up with Olson, leaving Garrity to walk alone, feeling more confused than ever. Number 93, Garrity didn't know his name, walked past him on Garrity's right. He was staring down at his feet, and his lips moved soundlessly as he counted his paces. He was weaving slightly. Hi, Garrity said. 93 cringed. There was a blankness in his eyes, the same blankness that had been in Curly's eyes while he was losing his fight with a Charlie horse. He's tired, Garrity thought. He knows it and he's scared. Garrity suddenly felt his stomach tip over and right itself slowly. Their shadows walked alongside them now. It was 1:45. 9 in the morning, cool, sitting on the grass in the shade, was a month back. And just before 2, the word came back again. Garrity was getting a first-hand lesson in the psychology of the grapevine. Someone found something out, and suddenly it was all over. Rumors were created by mouth-to-mouth respiration. It looks like rain. Chances are it's going to rain. It's going to rain pretty soon. The guy with the radio says it's going to shit potatoes pretty quick. But it was funny how often the grapevine was right. And when the word came back that someone was slowing up, that someone was in trouble, the grapevine was always right. This time the word was that number 9, Ewing, had developed blisters and had been warned twice. Lots of boys had been warned, but that was normal. The word was that things looked bad for Ewing. He passed the word to Baker, and Baker looked surprised. The black fella? Baker said. So black he looks sorta blue? Garrity said he didn't know if Ewing was black or white. Yeah, he's black, Pearson said. He pointed to Ewing. Garrity could see tiny jewels of perspiration gleaming in Ewing's natural. With something like horror, Garrity observed that Ewing was wearing sneakers. Hint 3. Do not, repeat, do not wear sneakers. Nothing will give you blisters faster than sneakers on a long walk. He rode up with us, Baker said. He's from Texas. Baker picked up his pace until he was walking with Ewing. He talked with Ewing for quite a while, then he dropped back slowly to avoid getting warned himself. His face was bleak. He started to blister up 2 miles out. They started to break back in limestone. He's walking in pus from broken blisters. They all listened silently. Garrity thought of Stebbins again. Stebbins was wearing tennis shoes. Maybe Stebbins was fighting blisters right now. Warning! Warning, 9! This is your 3rd warning, 9! The soldiers were watching Ewing carefully now. So were the walkers. Ewing was in the spotlight. The back of his t-shirt, startlingly white against his black skin, was sweat-stained gray straight down the middle. Garrity could see the big muscles in his back ripple as he walked. Muscles enough to last for days, and Baker said he was walking in pus. Blisters and Charlie horses. Garrity shivered. Sudden death. All those muscles, all the training, couldn't stop blisters and Charlie horses. What in the name of God had Ewing been thinking about when he put on those PF flyers? Barkovich joined them. Barkovich was looking at Ewing too. Blisters! He made it sound like Ewing's mother was a whore. What the hell can you expect from a dumb nigger, now I ask you? Move away, Baker said evenly, or I'll poke you. It's against the rules, Barkovich said with a smirk. Keep it in mind, cracker. But he moved away. It was as if he took a small poison cloud with him. 2 o'clock became 2:30. Their shadows got longer. They walked up a long hill, and at the crest, Garrity could see low mountains, hazy and blue in the distance. The encroaching thunderheads to the west were darker now, and the breeze had stiffened, making his flesh goosebump as the sweat dried on him. A group of men clustered around a Ford pickup truck with the camper on the back cheered them crazily. The men were all very drunk. They all waved back at the men, even Ewing. They were the first spectators they had seen since the swaggering little boy in the patched overalls. Garrity broke open a concentrate tube without reading the label and ate it. It tasted slightly porky. He thought about McVree's hamburger. He thought about a great big chocolate cake with a cherry on the top. He thought about flapjacks. For some crazy reason, he wanted a cold flapjack full of apple jelly. The cold lunch his mother always made when he and his father went hunting in November. Ewing bought a hole about 10 minutes later. He was clustered in with a group of boys when he fell below speed for the last time. Maybe he thought the boys would protect him. The soldiers did their job well. The soldiers were experts. They pushed the other boys aside. They dragged Ewing over to the shoulder. Ewing tried to fight, but not much. One of the soldiers pinned Ewing's arms behind him while the other put his carbine up to Ewing's head and shot him. One leg kicked convulsively. "He bleeds the same color as anyone else," McVree said suddenly. It was very loud in the stillness after the single shot. His Adam's apple bobbed and something clicked in his throat. 2 of them gone now. The odds infinitesimally adjusted in favor of those remaining. There was some subdued talk, and Garrity wondered again what they did with the bodies. "You wonder too goddamn much," he shouted at himself suddenly, and realized he was tired. Also, you're going to win. By 4:30, The soldiers were watching. They were all I don't think I can climb that hill. The hill stretched above them. With the fog, it was impossible. They never did see him. They kept climbing. They The good humor. With that, ranked But as and pitched, Garrity noticed a few
carried him. After that, Then, overmaster 10 of 4. an Garrity was Olson. It's that Garrity? Let's up ahead.
So you gave them their little
Dust clung to it. He's there, Garrity thought. Sure he is. Where Stebbins said we'd all go if we stuck with it long enough. How deep inside himself is he? Fathoms? Miles? Light years? How deep and how dark? And the answer came back to him. Too deep to see out. He's hiding down there in the darkness, and it's too deep to see out. Olson? He said softly. Olson? Olson didn't answer. Nothing moved but his feet. I wish he'd put his tongue in at least, Pearson whispered nervously. The walk went on. The woods melted back, and they were passing through another wide place in the road. The sidewalks were lined with cheering spectators. Garrity signs again predominated. Then the woods closed in again. But not even the woods could hold the spectators back now. They were beginning to line the soft shoulders. Pretty girls in shorts and halters. Boys in basketball shorts and muscle shirts. Gay holiday, Garrity thought. He could no longer wish he wasn't here. He was too tired and numb for retrospect. What was done was done. Nothing in the world would change it. Then she was fighting.
Why so? If you don't like The guns went off. Garrity didn't They were Olson. The high school.
Get
He stood a Reason The will drop
found himself wondering if they wouldn't all be better off dead, and shied away from the thought skittishly. But wasn't it true? The thought was inexorable. The pain in his feet would double, perhaps treble before the end came, and the pain seemed insupportable now. And it was not even pain that was the worst. It was the death, the constant death, the stink of carrion that had settled into his nostrils. The crowd's cheers were a constant background to his thoughts. The sound lulled him. He began to doze again, and this time it was the image of Jan that came. For a while, he had forgotten all about her. In a way, he thought disjointedly, it was better to doze than to sleep. The pain in his feet and his legs seemed to belong to someone else, to whom he was tethered only loosely, and with just a little effort he could regulate his thoughts, put them to work for him. He built her image slowly in his mind. Her small feet, her sturdy but completely feminine legs, small calves swelling to full earthy peasant thighs. Her waist was small, her breasts full and proud. The intelligent rounded planes on her face. Her long blonde hair. Whore's hair, he thought it for some reason. Once he had told her that. It had simply slipped out, and he thought she would be angry, but she had not replied at all. He thought she had been secretly pleased. It was the steady, reluctant contraction in his bowels that raised him this time. He had to grit his teeth to keep walking at speed until the sensation had passed. The fluorescent dial on his watch said it was almost 1 o'clock. Oh, God, please don't make me have to take a crap in front of all these people. Please, God, I'll give you half of everything I get if I win. Only please constipate me. Please, please, please. His bowels contracted again, strongly and hurtfully, perhaps affirming the fact that he was still essentially healthy in spite of the pounding his body had taken. He forced himself to go on until he had passed out of the merciless glare of the nearest overhead. He nervously unbuckled his belt, paused, then grimacing, shoved his pants down with one hand held protectively across his genitals, and squatted. His knees popped explosively. The muscles in his thighs and calves protested screamingly and threatened to knot as they were bullied unwillingly in a new direction. "Warning! Warning, 47! John! Hey, Johnny, look at that poor bastard over there!" Pointing fingers, half seen and half imagined in the darkness. Flashbulbs popped, and Garrity turned his head away miserably. Nothing could be worse than this. Nothing. He almost fell on his back and managed to prop himself up with one arm. A squealing, girlish voice. "I see it! I see his thing!" Baker passed him without a glance. For a terrifying moment, he thought it was all going to be for nothing anyway. A false alarm. But then it was all right. He was able to take care of business. Then, with a grunting half-sob, he rose to his feet and stumbled into a half-walk, half-run, cinching his pants tight again, leaving part of him behind to steam in the dark, eyed avidly by 1,000 people. "Bottle it! Put it on your mantle! The shit of a man with his life laid straight out in the line. This is it, Betty. I told you we had something special in the game room. Right up here, over the stereo. He was shot 20 minutes later." He caught up with McVries and walked beside him, head down. "Tough?" McVries asked. There was unmistakable admiration in his voice. "Real tough," Garrity said, and let out a shivery, loosening sigh. "I knew I forgot something." "What?" "I left my toilet paper home." McVries cackled. "As my old granny used to say, if you ain't got a cob, then just let your hips slide a little freer." Garrity burst out laughing, a clear, hearty laugh with no hysteria in it. He felt lighter, looser. No matter how things turned out, he wouldn't have to go through that again. "Well, You made it, Baker said, falling in step. Jesus, Garrity said, surprised. Why don't all you guys just send me a get well card or something? It's no fun with all those people staring at you, Baker said soberly. Listen, I just heard something. I don't know if I believe it. I don't know if I even want to believe it. What is it? Garrity asked. Joe and Mike, the leather jacket guys everybody thought was queer for each other, they're Hopis. I think that was what Scram was trying to tell us before, and we weren't getting him. But, see, what I hear is that they're brothers. Garrity's jaw dropped. I walked up and took a good look at 'em, Baker was going on. And I'll be goddamned if they don't look like brothers. That's twisted, McVree said angrily. That's fucking twisted. Their folks ought to be squatted for allowing something like that. You ever know any Indians? Baker asked quietly. Not unless they came from Passaic, McVree said. He still sounded angry. There's a Seminole reservation down home across the state line, Baker said. They're funny people. They don't think of things like responsibility the same way we do. They're proud and poor. I guess those things are the same for the Hopis as they are for the Seminoles. And they know how to die. None of that makes it right, McVree said. They come from New Mexico, Baker said. It's an abortion, McVree said with finality, and Garrity tended to agree. Talk flagged all up and down the line, partially because of the noise from the crowd, but more, Garrity suspected, because of the very monotony of the turnpike itself. The hills were long and gradual, barely seeming like hills. Walkers dozed, snorted fitfully, and seemed to pull their belts tighter and resign themselves to a long, barely understood bitterness ahead. The little clots of society dissolved into threes, twos, solitary islands. The crowd knew no fatigue. They cheered steadily with one hoarse voice. They waved unreadable placards. Garrity's name was shouted with monotonous frequency, but blocks of out-of-staters cheered briefly for Barkovich, Pearson, Wyman. Other names blipped past and were gone with the speeding velocity of snow across the television screen. Firecrackers popped and spluttered in strings. Someone threw a burning road flare into the cold sky, and the crowd scattered, screaming, as it pinwheeled down to hiss its glaring purple light into the dirt of a gravel shoulder beyond the breakdown lane. There were other crowd standouts. A man with an electric bullhorn who alternately praised Garrity and advertised his own candidacy to represent the 2nd District. A woman with a big crow in a small cage, which she hugged jealously to her giant bosom. A human pyramid made out of college boys in University of New Hampshire sweatshirts. A hollow-cheeked man with no teeth in an Uncle Sam suit, wearing a sign which said, "We gave away the Panama Canal to the communist niggers." But otherwise, the crowd seemed as dull and bland as the turnpike itself. Garrity dozed on fitfully, and the visions in his head were alternately of love and horror. In one of the dreams, a low and droning voice asked over and over again, "Are you experienced? Are you experienced? Are you experienced?" And he could not tell if it was the voice of Stebbins or of the Major. Chapter 12. Somehow it had got around to 9 in the morning again. Ray Garrity turned his canteen over his head, leaning back until his neck popped. It had only just warmed up enough so you could no longer see your breath, and the water was frigid, driving back the constant drowsiness a little. He looked his traveling companions over. McVree's had a heavy scrub of beard now, as black as his hair. Collie Parker looked haggard, but tougher than ever. Baker seemed almost ethereal. Scram was not so flushed, but he was coughing steadily, a deep, thundering cough that reminded Garrity of himself long ago. He had had pneumonia when he was 5. The night had passed in a dream sequence of odd names on the reflectorized overhead signs. Veazey, Banger, Herman, Jampton, Winterport. The soldiers had made only 2 kills, and Garrity was beginning to accept the truth of Parker's cracker analogy. And now bright daylight had come again. The little protective groups had reformed, walkers joking about beards, but not about feet, never about feet. Garrity had felt several small blisters break on his right heel during the night, but the soft, absorbent sock had buffered the raw flesh somewhat. Now they had just passed a sign that read, Augusta, 48, Portland, 117. "It's further than you said," Pearson told him reproachfully. He was horribly haggard, his hair hanging lifelessly about his cheeks. "I'm not a walking road map," Garrity said. "Still, it's your state." "Tough." "Yeah, I suppose so." There was no rancor in Pearson's tired voice. "Boy, I'd never do this again in 100,000 years." "You should live so long." "Yeah." Pearson's voice dropped. "I've made up my mind, though. If I get so tired and I can't go on, I'm gonna run over there and dive into the crowd. They won't dare shoot. Maybe I can get away." "It'd be like hitting a trampoline," Garrity said. "They'll bounce you right back onto the pavement so they can watch you bleed. Don't you remember Percy?" "Percy wasn't thinking. Just trying to walk off into the woods. They beat the dog out of Percy, all right." He looked curiously at Garrity. "Aren't you tired, Ray?" "Shit, no." Garrity flapped his thin arms with mock grandeur. "I'm coasting. Couldn't you tell?" "I'm in bad shape," Pearson said, and licked his lips. "I'm having a hard job just thinking straight, and my legs feel like they got harpoons in them all the way up to—" McVrees came up behind them. "Scram's dying," he said bluntly. Garrity and Pearson said, "Huh?" in unison. "He's got pneumonia," McVrees said. Garrity nodded. "I was afraid it might be that." "You can hear his lungs 5 feet away. It sounds like somebody pumped the Gulf Stream through them. If it gets hot again today, he'll just burn up." "Poor bastard," Pearson said, and the tone of relief in his voice was both unconscious and unmistakable. "He could have taken us all, I think. And he's married. What's his wife gonna do?" "What can she do?" Garrity asked. They were walking fairly close to the crowd, no longer noticing the outstretched hands that strove to touch them. You got to know your distance after fingernails had taken skin off your arm once or twice. A small boy whined that he wanted to go home. "I've been talking to everybody," McVrees said. "Well, just about everybody. I think the winner should do something for her." "Like what?" Garrity asked. "That'll have to be between the winner and Scram's wife. And if the bastard welshes, we can all come back and haunt him." "Okay," Pearson said. "What's to lose?" "Ray?" "All right, sure. Have you talked to Gary Barkovich?" "That prick? He wouldn't give his mother artificial respiration if she was drowning." "I'll talk to him," Garrity said. "You won't get anywhere." "Just the same. I'll do it now." "Ray, why don't you talk to Stebbins, too? You seem to be the only one he talks to." Garrity snorted. "I can tell you what he'll say in advance." "No?" "He'll say why, and by the time he gets done, I won't have any idea." "Skip him, then." "Can't." Garrity began angling toward the small, slumped figure of Barkovich. "He's the only guy that still thinks he's going to win." Barkovich was in a doze. With his eyes nearly closed and the faint peach fuzz that coated his olive cheeks, he looked like a put-upon and badly used teddy bear. He had either lost his rain hat or thrown it away. "Barkovich." Barkovich snapped awake. "What's the matter? Who's that? Garrity?" "Yes, listen. Scram's dying." "Who?" "Oh, right. Beaver Brains over there. Good for him." "He's got pneumonia. He probably won't last until noon." Barkovich looked slowly around at Garrity with his bright black shoe-button eyes. Yes, he looked remarkably like some destructive child's teddy bear this morning. "Look at you there with your big earnest face hanging out, Garrity. What's your pitch?" "Well, if you didn't know, he's married, and—" Barkovich's eyes widened until it seemed they were in danger of falling out. "Married? Married? Are you telling me that numbskull is—" "Shut up, you asshole, he'll hear you." "I don't give a sweet fuck. He's crazy." Barkovich looked over at Scram, outraged. "What did you think you were doing, numbnuts? Playing gin rummy?" he screamed at the top of his lungs. Scram looked around blearily at Barkovich, and then raised his hand in a half-hearted wave. He apparently thought Barkovich was a spectator. Abraham, who was walking near Scram, gave Barkovich the finger. Barkovich gave it right back, and then turned to Garrity. Suddenly he smiled. "Ah, goodness," he said. "It shines from your dumb hick face, Garrity. Passing the hat for the dying guy's wifey, right? Ain't that cute?" "Count you out, huh?" Garrity said stiffly. "Okay." He started to walk away. Barkovich's smile wobbled at the edges. He grabbed Garrity's sleeve. Hold on. I didn't say no, did I? Did you hear me say no?" "No." "No, course I didn't." Barkovich's smile reappeared, but now there was something desperate in it. The cockiness was gone. "Listen, I got off on the wrong foot with you guys. I didn't mean to. Shit, I'm a good enough guy when you get to know me. I'm always getting off on the wrong foot. I never had much of a crowd back home. In my school, I mean. Christ, I don't know why. I'm a good enough guy when you get to know me, as good as anyone else. But I always just, seem to get off on the wrong foot. I mean, a guy's got to have a couple of friends on a thing like this. It's no good to be alone, right? Jesus Christ, Garrity, you know that. That rank. He started it, Garrity. He wanted to tear my ass. Guys, they always want to tear my ass. I used to carry a switchblade back at my high school on account of guys wanting to tear my ass. That rank. I didn't mean for him to croak. That wasn't the idea at all. I mean, it wasn't my fault. You guys just saw the end of it, not the way he was ripping my ass, Barkovich trailed off. "Yeah, I guess so," Garrity said, feeling like a hypocrite. Maybe Barkovich could rewrite history for himself, but Garrity remembered the rank incident too clearly. "Well, what do you want to do anyway? You want to go along with the deal?" Sure. Barkovich's hand tightened convulsively on Garrity's sleeve, pulling it like the emergency stop cord on a bus. "I'll send her enough bread to keep her in clover the rest of her life. I just wanted to tell you, make you see. A guy's got to have some friends. A guy's got to have a crowd, Who wants to die hated if you got to die? That's the way I look at it. Sure, right." Garrity began to drop back, feeling like a coward, still hating Barkovich but somehow feeling sorry for him at the same time. "Thanks a lot." It was the touch of human in Barkovich that scared him. For some reason it scared him. He didn't know why. He dropped back too fast, got a warning, and spent the next 10 minutes working back to where Stebbins was ambling along. "Ray Garrity," Stebbins said. "Happy May 3rd, Garrity." Garrity nodded cautiously. "Same goes both ways." "I was counting my toes," Stebbins said companionably. "They are fabulously good company, because they always add up the same way. What's on your mind?" So Garrity went through the business about Scram and Scram's wife for the second time, and halfway through, another boy got his ticket. Hell's Angels on Wheels stenciled on the back of his battered jeans jacket, and made it all seem rather meaningless and trite. Finished, he waited tensely for Stebbins to start anatomizing the idea. "Why not?" Stebbins said amiably. He looked up at Garrity and smiled. Garrity could see that fatigue was finally making its inroads, even in Stebbins. "You sound like you've got nothing to lose," he said. "That's right," Stebbins said jovially. "None of us really has anything to lose. That makes it easier to give away." Garrity looked at Stebbins, depressed. There was too much truth in what he said. It made their gesture toward Scram look small. "Don't get me wrong, Garrity, old chum. I'm a bit weird, but I'm no old meanie. If I could make Scram croak any faster by withholding my promise, I would. But I can't. I don't know for sure, but I'll bet every long walk finds some poor dog like Scram and makes a gesture like this, Garrity. And I'll further bet it always comes at just about this time in the walk, when the old realities and mortalities are starting to sink in. In the old days, before the change and the squads, when there were still millionaires, they used to set up foundations and build libraries and all that good shit. Everyone wants a bulwark against mortality, Garrity. Some people can kid themselves that it's their kids, but none of those poor lost children." Stebbins swung one thin arm to indicate the other walkers and laughed, but Garrity thought he sounded sad. "They're never even going to leave any bastards." He winked at Garrity. "Shock you?" I guess not." "You and your friend McVree stand out in this motley crew, Garrity. I don't understand how either of you got here. I'm willing to bet it runs deeper than you think, though. You took me seriously last night, didn't you? About Olson." "I suppose so," Garrity said slowly. Stebbins laughed delightedly. "You're the bee's knees, Ray. Olson had no secrets." "I don't think you were ribbing last night." "Oh, yes, I was." Garrity smiled tightly. "You know what I think? I think you had some sort of insight, and now you want to deny it. Maybe it scared you." Stebbins' eyes went gray. "Have it how you like it, Garrity. It's your funeral. Now, what say you flake off? You got your promise." "You want to cheat it. Maybe that's your trouble. You like to think the game is rigged, but maybe it's a straight game. That scare you, Stebbins? Take off. Go on, admit it." "I admit nothing, except your own basic foolishness. Go ahead and tell yourself it's a straight game." Thin color had come into Stebbins's cheeks. Any game looks straight if everyone is being cheated at once. "You're all wet," Garrity said, but now his voice lacked conviction. Stebbins smiled briefly and looked back down at his feet. They were climbing out of a long, sway-backed dip, and Garrity felt sweat pop out on him as he hurried back up through the line to where McVrees, Pearson, Abraham, Baker, and Scram were bundled up together, or, more exactly, the others were bundled around Scram. They looked like worried seconds around a punchy fighter. "How is he?" Garrity asked. "Why ask them?" Scram demanded. His former husky voice had been reduced to a mere whisper. The fever had broken, leaving his face pallid and waxy. "Okay, I'll ask you." Not bad," Scram said. He coughed. It was a raspy, bubbling sound that seemed to come from underwater. "I'm not so bad. It's nice what you guys are doing for Kathy. A man likes to take care of his own, but I guess I wouldn't be doing right to stand on my pride. Not the way things are now." "Don't talk so much," Pearson said. You'll wear yourself out." "What's the difference? Now or later, what's the difference?" Scram looked at them dumbly, then shook his head slowly from side to side. "Why'd I have to get sick? I was going good. I really was. Odds-on favorite. Even when I'm tired, I like to walk. Look at folks. Smell the air. Why? Is it God? Did God do it to me?" "I don't know," Abraham said. Garrity felt the death fascination coming over him again and was repulsed. He tried to shake it off. It wasn't fair, not when it was a friend. "What time is it?" Scram asked suddenly, and Garrity was eerily reminded of Olson. 10:10, Baker said. "Just about 200 miles down the road," McVries added. "My feet ain't tired," Scram said. "That's something." A little boy was screaming lustily on the sidelines. His voice rose above the low crowd rumble by virtue of pure shrillness. "Hey, Ma! Look at the big guy! Look at that moose, Ma! Hey, Ma! Look!" Garrity's eyes swept the crowd briefly and picked out the boy in the first row. He was wearing a Randy the Robot t-shirt and goggling around a half-eaten jam sandwich. Scram waved at him. "Kids are nice," he said. "Yeah, I hope Kathy has a boy. We both wanted a boy. A girl would be all right, but you guys know. A boy. He keeps your name and passes it on. Not that Scram's such a great name." He laughed, and Garrity thought of what Stebbins had said about bulwarks against mortality. An apple-cheeked walker in a droopy blue sweater dropped through them, bringing the word back. Mike, of Mike and Joe, the leather boys, had been struck suddenly with gut cramps. Scram passed a hand across his forehead. His chest rose and fell in a spasm of heavy coughing that he somehow walked through. "Those boys are from my neck of the woods," he said. "We all could have come together if I'd known. They're Hopis." "Yeah," Pearson said. "You told us." Scram looked puzzled. "Did I? Well, it don't matter. Seems like I won't be making the trip alone anyway. I wonder—" An expression of determination settled over Scram's face. He began to step up his pace. Then he slowed again for a moment and turned around to face them. It seemed calm now, settled. Garrity looked at him, fascinated in spite of himself. "I don't guess I'll be seeing you guys again." There was nothing in Scram's voice but simple dignity. "Goodbye." McVries was the first to respond. "Goodbye, man," he said hoarsely. "Good trip." "Yeah, good luck," Pearson said, and then looked away. Abraham tried to speak and couldn't. He turned away, pale, his lips writhing. "Take it easy," Baker said. His face was solemn. "Goodbye," Garrity said through frozen lips. "Goodbye, Scram. Good trip. Good rest." "Good rest?" Scram smiled a little. "The real walk may still be coming." He sped up until he had caught up with Mike and Joe, with their impassive faces and their worn leather jackets. Mike had not allowed the cramps to bow him over. He was walking with both hands pressed against his lower belly. His speed was constant. Scram talked with them. They all watched. It seemed that the three of them conferred for a very long time. "Now what the hell are they up to?" Pearson whispered fearfully to himself. Suddenly, the conference was over. Scram walked a ways distant from Mike and Joe. Even from back here, Garrity could hear the ragged bite of his cough. The soldiers were watching all three of them carefully. Joe put a hand on his brother's shoulder and squeezed it hard. They looked at each other. Garrity could discern no emotion on their bronzed faces. Then Mike hurried a little and caught up with Scram. A moment later, Mike and Scram did an abrupt about-face and began to walk toward the crowd, which, sensing the sharp tang of fatality about them, shrieked, unclotted, and backed away from them as if they had the plague. Garrity looked at Pearson and saw his lips tighten. The two boys were warned, and as they reached the guardrails that bordered the road, they about-faced smartly and faced the oncoming half-track. Two middle fingers stabbed the air in unison.
"I fucked your mother and she sure was fine," Scram cried.
Mike said something in his own language. A tremendous cheer went up from the walkers, and Garrity felt weak tears beneath his eyelids. The crowd was silent. The spot behind Mike and Scram was barren and empty. They took second warning, then sat down together, cross-legged, and began to talk together calmly. And that was pretty goddamn strange, Garrity thought as they passed by, because Scram and Mike did not seem to be talking in the same language. He did not look back. None of them looked back, not even after it was over. "Whoever wins better keep his word," McVrees said suddenly. "He just better." No one said anything. Chapter 13. 2 in the afternoon.
"You're cheating, you fuck,"
Abraham shouted.
"I'm not cheating,"
Baker said calmly. "That's $1.40 you owe me, turkey."
"I don't pay cheaters."
Abraham clutched the dime he had been flipping tightly in his hand.
"And I usually don't match dimes with guys that call me that,"
Baker said grimly, and then smiled.
"But in your case, Abe, I'll make an exception. You have so many winning ways I just can't help myself." "Shut up and flip," Abraham said.
"Oh, please don't take that tone of voice to me," Baker said abjectly, rolling his eyes.
"I might fall over in a dead faint."
Garrity laughed. Abraham snorted and flicked his dime, caught it, and slapped it down on his wrist.
"You match me."
"Okay." Baker flipped his dime higher, caught it more deftly, and, Garrity was sure, palmed it on edge.
"You show first this time," Baker said. "Nuh-uh. I showed first last time."
"Oh shit, Abe. I showed first 3 times in a row before that. Maybe you're the one cheating." Abraham muttered, considered, and then revealed his dime. It was tails, showing the Potomac River framed in laurel leaves. Baker raised his hand, peeked under it, and smiled. His dime also showed tails. "That's $1.50 you owe me."
"My God, you must think I'm dumb," Abraham hollered. "You think I'm some kind of idiot, right? Go on and admit it. Just taking the rube to the cleaners, right?"
Baker appeared to consider.
Go on, Abraham bellowed. "I can take it."
"Now that you put it to me," Baker said, "whether or not you're a rube never entered my mind. That you're an idiot is pretty well established. As far as taking you to the cleaners," he put a hand on Abraham's shoulder, "that, my friend, is a certainty."
"Come on," Abraham said craftily. "Double or nothing for the whole bundle, and this time you show first."
Baker considered. He looked at Garrity. "Ray, would you?" "Would I what?" Garrity had lost track of the conversation. His left leg had begun to feel decidedly strange. "Would you go double or nothing against this here fella?" "Why not? After all, he's too dumb to cheat you."
"Garrity, I thought you were my friend," Abraham said coldly.
"Okay, $1.50, double or nothing," Baker said. And that was when the monstrous pain bolted up Garrity's left leg, making all the pain of the last 30 hours seem like a mere whisper in comparison.
"My leg, my leg, my leg!"
he screamed, unable to help himself.
"Oh, Jesus, Garrity,"
Baker had time to say. nothing in his voice but mild surprise, and then they had passed beyond him. It seemed that they were all passing him as he stood here with his left leg turned to clenched and agonizing marble, passing him, leaving him behind. "Warning! Warning, 47! "Don't panic. If you panic now, you've had the course." He sat down on the pavement. His left leg stuck out woodenly in front of him. He began to massage the big muscles. He tried to knead them. It was like trying to knead ivory. "Garrity?" It was McVrees. He sounded scared. Surely that was only an illusion. "What is it, Charlie horse?" "Yeah, I guess so. Keep going, it'll be all right." Time. Time was speeding up for him, but everyone else seemed to have slowed to a crawl, to the speed of an instant replay on a close play at first base. McVrees was picking up his pace slowly, one heel showing, then the other. A glint from the worn nails, a glimpse of cracked and tissue-thin shoe leather. Barkovich was passing by slowly, a little grin on his face. A wave of tense quiet came over the crowd slowly, moving outward in both directions from where he had sat down, like great glassy combers headed for the beach. My second warning, Garrity thought. My second warning's coming up. Come on, leg. Come on, goddamn leg. I don't want to buy a ticket. What do you say? Come on, give me a break. Warning. Second warning, 47. Yeah, I know. You think I can't keep score? You think I'm sitting here trying to get a suntan? The knowledge of death, as true and unarguable as a photograph, was trying to get in and swamp him, trying to paralyze him. He shut it out with a desperate coldness. His thigh was excruciating agony, but in his concentration, he barely felt it. A minute left. No, 50 seconds now. No, 45. It's dribbling away. My time's going. With an abstract, almost professorly expression on his face, Garrity dug his fingers into the frozen straps and harnesses of muscle. He kneaded. He flexed. He talked to his leg and his head. Come on, come on, come on, goddamn thing. His fingers began to ache, and he did not notice that much either. Stebbins passed him and murmured something. Garrity did not catch what it was. It might have been good luck. Then he was alone, sitting on the broken white line between the travel lane and the passing lane. All gone. The carney just left town, pulled stakes in the middle of everything in Blue Town. No one left but this here kid Garrity to face the emptiness of flattened candy wrappers and squashed cigarette butts and discarded junk prizes. All gone except one soldier, young and blonde and handsome in a remote sort of way. His silver chronometer was in one hand, his rifle in the other. No mercy in that face. Warning! Warning, 47! Third warning, 47! The muscle was not loosening at all. He was going to die. After all this, after ripping his guts out, that was the fact after all. He let go of his leg and stared calmly at the soldier. He wondered who was going to win. He wondered if McVrees would outlast Barkovich. He wondered what a bullet in the head felt like, if it would just be sudden darkness, or if he would actually feel his thoughts being ripped apart. The last few seconds began to drain away. The cramp loosened. Blood flowed back into the muscle, making it tingle with needles and pins, making it warm. The blond soldier with the remotely handsome face put away the pocket chronometer. His lips moved soundlessly as he counted down the last few seconds. But I can't get up, Garrity thought. It's too good just to sit. Just sit and let the phone ring. The hell with it. Why didn't I take the phone off the hook? Garrity let his head fall back. The soldier seemed to be looking down at him as if from the mouth of a tunnel or over the lip of a deep well. In slow motion he transferred the gun to both hands, and his right forefinger kissed over the trigger, then curled around it, and the barrel started to come around. The soldier's left hand was solid on the stock. A wedding band caught a glimmer of sun. Everything was slow. So slow. Just hold the phone. This, Garrity thought. This is what it's like. To die. The soldier's right thumb was rotating the safety catch to the off position with exquisite slowness. 3 scrawny women were directly behind him. 3 weird sisters. Hold the phone. Just hold the phone a minute longer. I've got something to die here. Sunshine, shadow, blue sky. Clouds rushing up the highway. Stebbins was just aback now. Just a blue work shirt with a sweat stain running up between the shoulder blades. Goodbye, Stebbins. Sounds thundered in on him. He had no idea if it was his imagination or heightened sensibility or simply the fact of death reaching out for him. The safety catch snapped off with a sound like a breaking branch. The rush of indrawn air between his teeth was the sound of a wind tunnel. His heartbeat was a drum, and there was a high singing, not in his ears, but between them, spiraling up, and he was crazily sure that it was the actual sound of brain waves. He scrambled to his feet in a convulsive flying jerk, screaming. He threw himself into an accelerating, gliding run. His feet were made of feathers. The finger of the soldier tightened on the trigger and whitened. He glanced down at the solid-state computer on his waist, a gadget that included a tiny but sophisticated sonar device. Garrity had once read an article about them in Popular Mechanics. They could read out a single walker's speed as exactly as you would have wanted, to 4 numbers to the right of the decimal point. The soldier's finger loosened. Garrity slowed to a very fast walk, his mouth cottony dry, his heart pounding at a trip-hammer speed. Irregular white flashes pulsed in front of his eyes, and for a sick moment he was sure he was going to faint. It passed. His feet, seemingly furious at being denied their rightful rest, screamed at him rawly. He gritted his teeth and bore the pain. The big muscle in his left leg was still twitching alarmingly, but he wasn't limping. So far. He looked at his watch. It was 2:17 p.m. For the next hour, he would be less than 2 seconds from death. Back to the land of the living, Stebbins said as he caught up. Sure, Garrity said numbly. He felt a sudden wave of resentment. They would have gone on walking even if he had bought his ticket. No tears shed for him. Just a name and number to be entered in the official records. Garrity, Raymond, number 47. Eliminated 218th mile. And a human interest story in the state newspapers for a couple of days. Garrity dead. Maine's own becomes 61st to fall. I hope I win, Garrity muttered. Think you will? Garrity thought of the blond soldier's face. It had shown as much emotion as a plate of potatoes. I doubt it, he said. I've already got 3 strikes against me. That means you're out, doesn't it? Call the last one a foul tip, Stebbins said. He was regarding his feet again. Garrity picked his own feet up, his 2-second margin like a stone in his head. There would be no warning this time. Not even time for someone to say, you better pick it up, Garrity. You're going to draw one. He caught up with McVries, who glanced around. I thought you were out of it, kiddo, McVries said. So did I. That close? About 2 seconds, I think. McVries pursed a silent whistle. I don't think I'd like to be in your shoes right now. How's the leg? Better. Listen, I can't talk. I'm going up front for a while. It didn't help Harkness any. Garrity shook his head. I have to make sure I'm topping the speed. All right. You want company? If you've got the energy. McVries laughed. I got the time if you got the money, honey. Come on then. Let's pick it up while I've still got the sack for it. Garrity stepped up his pace until his legs were at the point of rebellion, and he and McVries moved quickly through the front runners, There was a space between the boy who had been walking second, a gangling, evil-faced boy named Harold Kintz, and the survivor of the two leather boys, Joe. Closer to, his complexion was startlingly bronzed. His eyes stared steadily at the horizon, and his features were expressionless. The many zippers on his jacket jingled, like the sound of faraway music. "Hello, Joe," McVree said, and Garrity had an hysterical urge to add, "What do you know?" "Howdy," Joe said curtly. They passed him, and then the road was theirs. A wide, double-barreled strip of composition concrete, stained with oil and broken by the grassy median strip, bordered on both sides by a steady wall of people. "Onward, ever onward," McVree said. "Christian soldiers marching as to war. Ever hear that one, Ray?" "What time is it?" McVrees glanced at his watch. 2:20. "Look, Ray, if you're going to—" "God, is that all? I thought—" He felt panic rising in his throat, greasy and thick. He wasn't going to be able to do it. The margin was just too tight. "Look, if you keep thinking about the time, you're going to go nuts and try to run into the crowd, and they'll shoot you dog dead. They'll shoot you with your tongue hanging out and spit running down your chin. Try to forget about it." "I can't." Everything was bottling up inside him, making him feel jerky and hot and sick. Olson, Scram, they died. Davidson died. I can die too, Pete. I believe it now. It's breathing down my fucking back. Think about your girl, Jan What's-Her-Face, or your mother, or your goddamn kitty cat, or don't think about anything. Just pick 'em up and put 'em down. Just keep on walking down the road. Concentrate on that. Garrity fought for control of himself. Maybe he even got a little. But he was unraveling just the same. His legs didn't want to respond smoothly to his mind's commands anymore. They seemed as old and as flickery as ancient light bulbs. "He won't last much longer," a woman in the front row said quite audibly. "Your tits won't last much longer," Garrity snapped at her, and the crowd cheered him. "They're screwed up," Garrity muttered. "They're really screwed up. Perverted. What time is it, McVrees?" "What was the first thing you did when you got your letter of confirmation?" McVrees asked softly. "What did you do when you knew you were really in?" Garrity frowned, wiped his forearm quickly across his forehead, and then let his mind free of the sweaty, terrifying present to that sudden, flashing moment. "I was by myself. My mother works. It was a Friday afternoon. The letter was in the mailbox, and it had a Wilmington, Delaware postmark, so I knew that had to be it. But I was sure it said I'd flunked the physical or the mental or both. I had to read it twice. I didn't go into any fits of joy, but I was pleased. Real pleased. And confident. My feet didn't hurt then, and my back didn't feel like somebody had shoved a rake with a busted handle into it. I was 1 in a million. I wasn't bright enough to realize the circus fat lady is too." He broke off for a moment, thinking, smelling early April. "I couldn't back down. There were too many people watching. I think it must work the same with just about everyone. It's one of the ways they tip the game, you know? I let the April 15th back-out date go by, and the day after that, they had a big testimonial dinner for me at the town hall. All my friends were there, and after dessert, everyone started yelling, 'Speech, speech.' And I got out and mumbled something down at my hands about how I was going to do the best I could if I got in. And everyone applauded like mad. It was like I'd laid the fucking Gettysburg Address on their heads. You know what I mean?" "Yes, I know," McVree said, and laughed, but his eyes were dark. Behind them, the guns thunderclapped suddenly. Garrity jumped convulsively and nearly froze in his tracks. Somehow he kept walking. Blind instinct this time, he thought. What about next time?
Son of a bitch, McVree said softly. It was Joe. What time is it? Garrity asked, and before McVrees could answer, he remembered that he was wearing a watch of his own. It was 2:38. Christ. His 2-second margin was like an iron dumbbell on his back. No one tried to talk you out of it? McVrees asked. They were far out beyond the rest now, better than 100 yards beyond Harold Kint's. A soldier had been dispatched to keep tabs on them. Garrity was very glad it wasn't the blonde guy. No one tried to talk you into using the April 31st blackout? Not at first. My mother and Jan and Dr. Patterson, he's my mother's special friend, you know. They've been keeping company for the last 5 years or so. They just kind of soft-pedaled it at first. They were pleased and proud because most of the kids in the country over 12 take the tests, but only 1 in 50 passes. And that still leaves thousands of kids, and they can use 200, 100 walkers and 100 backups. And there's no skill in getting picked, you know that. Sure, they draw the names out of that cock-sucking drum. Big TV spectacular. McVrees' voice cracked a little. Yeah, the major draws the 200 names, but the names are all they announce. You don't know if you're a walker or just a backup. And no notification of which you are until the final backout date itself, McVrees agreed, speaking of it as if the final backout date had been years ago instead of only 4 days. Yeah, they like to stack the deck their way. Somebody in the crowd had just released a flotilla of balloons. They floated up to the sky in a dissolving arc of reds, blues, greens, yellows. The steady south wind carried them away with taunting, easy speed. I guess so, Garrity said. We were watching the TV when the major drew the names. I was number 73 out of the drum. I fell right out of my chair. I just couldn't believe it. No, it can't be you, McVrees agreed. Things like that always happen to the other guy. Yeah, that's the feeling. That's when everybody started in on me. It wasn't like the first backout date, when it was all speeches and pie in the sky by and by. Jan... He broke off. Why not? He'd told everything else. It didn't matter. Either he or McVrees was going to be dead before it was over. Probably both of them. Jan said she'd go all the way with me, anytime, anyway, as often as I wanted if I'd take the April 31st backout. I told her that would make me feel like an opportunist and a heel, and she got mad at me and said it was better than feeling dead, and then she cried a lot, and begged me. Garrity looked up at McVrees. I don't know. Anything else she could have asked me, I would have tried to do it. But this one thing, I couldn't. It was like there was a stone caught in my throat. After a while, she knew I couldn't say, yes, okay, I'll call the 800 number. I think she started to understand. Maybe as well as I did myself, which God knows isn't very well. Then Dr. Patterson started in. He's a diagnostician, and he's got a wicked logical mind. He said, look here, Ray. Figuring in the prime group and the backups, your chance of survival is 50-1. Don't do this to your mother, Ray. I was polite with him for as long as I could, but finally I told him to just kiss off. I said I figured the odds on him ever marrying my mother were pretty long, but I never noticed him backing off because of that. Garrity ran both hands through the straw thatch of his hair. He had forgotten about the 2-second margin. God, didn't he get mad? He ranted and raved and told me if I wanted to break my mother's heart to just go ahead. He said I was as insensitive as a wood tick. I think that's what he said. Insensitive as a wood tick. Maybe it's a family saying of his or something, I don't know. He asked me how it felt to be doing the number on my mom and on a nice girl like Janice. So I countered with my own unarguable logic. Did you? McVree said, smiling. What was that? I told him if he didn't get out, I was going to hit him.
What about your mother? She didn't say much at all. I don't think she could believe it, and the thought of what I'd get if I won, the prize, everything you want for the rest of your life, that sort of blinded her, I think. I had a brother, Jeff. He died of pneumonia when he was 6, and it's cruel, but I don't know how we'd have gotten along if he'd have lived. And I guess she just kept thinking I'd be able to back out of it if I did turn out to be prime. The Major is a nice man, that's what she said. I'm sure he'd let you out of it if he understood the circumstances. But they squat them just as fast for trying to back out of a long walk as they do for talking against it. And then I got the call, and I knew I was a walker. I was prime. I wasn't. No? No. 12 of the original walkers used the April 31st backout. I was number 12 backup. I got the call just past 11 p.m. 4 days ago. Jesus, is that so? Uh-huh. That close. Doesn't it make you bitter? McVrees only shrugged. Garrity looked at his watch. It was 3:02. It was going to be all right. His shadow, lengthening in the afternoon sun, seemed to move a little more confidently. It was a pleasant, brisk spring day. His leg felt okay now. Do you still think you might just sit down? He asked McVrees. You've outlasted most of them. 61 of them. How many you or I have outlasted doesn't matter, I think. There comes a time when the will just runs out. Doesn't matter what I think, see? I used to have a good time smearing away with oil paints. I wasn't too bad either. Then one day, bingo. I didn't taper off, I just stopped. Bingo. There was no urge to go on even another minute. I went to bed one night liking to paint, and when I woke up, it was nowhere. Staying alive hardly qualifies as a hobby. I don't know about that. How about skin divers, big game hunters, mountain climbers, or even some half-witted mill worker whose idea of a good time is picking fights on a Saturday night? All of those things reduce staying alive to a hobby. Part of the game. Garrity said nothing. Better pick it up some, McVrees said gently. We're losing speed. Can't have that. Garrity picked it up. My dad has a half ownership in a drive-in movie theater, McVrees said. He was going to tie me and gag me down in the cellar under the snack concession to keep me from coming, squads or no squads. What did you do? Just wear him down? There was no time for that. When the call came, I had just 10 hours. They laid on an airplane and a rental car at the Presque Isle airport. He ranted and raved, and I just sat there and nodded and agreed, and pretty soon there was a knock on the door, and when my mom opened it, 2 of the biggest, meanest-looking soldiers you ever saw were standing on the porch. Man, they were so ugly they could have stopped clocks. My dad took one look at them and said, Petey, you better go upstairs and get your Boy Scout pack. McVrees jolted the pack up and down on his shoulders and laughed at the memory. And just about the next thing any of us knew, we were on that plane, even my little sister Katrina. She's only 4. We landed at 3 in the morning and drove up to the marker. And I think Katrina was the only who really understood. She kept saying, Petey's going on an adventure. McVrees flapped his hands in an oddly uncompleted way. They're staying at a motel in Presque Isle. They didn't want to go home until it was over, one way or the other. Garrity looked at his watch. It was 3:20. Thanks, he said. For saving your life again? McVrees laughed merrily. Yes, that's just right. Are you sure that would be any kind of a favor? I don't know. Garrity paused. I'll tell you something, though. It's never going to be the same for me, the time limit thing. Even when you're walking with no warnings, There's only 2 minutes between you and the inside of a cemetery fence. That's not much time. As if on cue, the guns roared. The holed walker made a high gobbling sound, like a turkey grabbed suddenly by a silent stepping farmer. The crowd made a low sound that might have been a sigh or a groan or an almost sexual outletting of pleasure. No time at all, McVries agreed. They walked. The shadows got longer. Jackets appeared in the crowd as if a magician had conjured them out of a silk hat. Once Garrity caught a warm whiff of pipe smoke that brought back a hidden, bittersweet memory of his father. A pet dog escaped from someone's grasp and ran out into the road, red plastic leash dragging, tongue lolling out pinkly, foam flecked on its jaws. It yipped, chased drunkenly after its stubby tail, and was shot when it charged drunkenly at Pearson, who swore bitterly at the soldier who had shot it. The force of the heavy-caliber bullet drove it to the edge of the crowd, where it lay dull-eyed, panting, and shivering. No one seemed anxious to claim it. A small boy got past the police, wandered out into the left lane of the road, and stood there, weeping. A soldier advanced on him. A mother screamed shrilly from the crowd. For one horrified moment, Garrity thought the soldier was going to shoot the kid as the dog had been shot, but the soldier merely swept the little boy indifferently back into the crowd. At 6 p.m., the sun touched the horizon and turned the western sky orange. The air turned cold. Collars were turned up. Spectators stamped their feet and rubbed their hands together. Collie Parker registered his usual complaint about the goddamn Maine weather. By 9:15, we'll be in Augusta, Garrity thought. Just a hop, skip, and a jump from there to Freeport. Depression dropped over him. What then? 2 minutes you'll have to see her, unless you should miss her in the crowd. God forbid. Then what? Fold up? He was suddenly sure Jen and his mother wouldn't be there anyway. Just the kids he had gone to school with, anxious to see the suicidal freak they had unknowingly nurtured among them. And the Ladies' Aid, they would be there. The Ladies' Aid had given him a tea 2 nights before the walk started, in that antique time. Let's start dropping back, McVries said. We'll do it slow. Get together with Baker. We'll walk into Augusta together. The original 3 Musketeers. What do you say, Garrity? All right, Garrity said. It sounded good. They dropped back a little at a time, eventually leaving the sinister-faced Harold Kintz to lead the parade. They knew they were back with their own people when Abraham, out of the gathering gloom, asked, You finally decide to come back and visit the Poe folks? Jesus, he really does look like him, McVries said, staring at Abraham's weary, 3-day bearded face, especially in this light.
77 years ago,
Abraham intoned, and for an eerie moment it was as if a spirit had inhabited 17-year-old Abraham.
Our fathers set forth on this continent. Bullshit. I forget the rest. We had to learn it in 8th grade history if we wanted an A.
The face of a founding father and the mentality of a syphilitic donkey, McVries said sadly. Abraham, how did you get into a balls up like this?
Bragged my way in,
Abraham said promptly. He started to go on, and the guns interrupted him. There was the familiar mail sack thud. That was gallant, Baker said, looking back. He's been walking dead all day. Bragged his way into it, Garrity mused, and then laughed. Sure. Abraham ran a hand up one cheek and scratched the cavernous hollow under one eye.
You know the essay test?
They all nodded. An essay, why do you feel qualified to participate in a long walk, was a standard part of the mentals section of the exam. Garrity felt a warm trickle on his right heel and wondered if it was blood, pus, sweat, or all of the above. There seemed to be no pain, although his sock felt ragged back there. "Well, the thing was," Abraham said, "I didn't feel particularly qualified to participate in anything. I took the exam completely on the spur of the moment. I was on my way to the movies and I just happened to pass the gym where they were having the test. You have to show your work permit card to get in, you know. I just happened to have mine with me that day. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have bothered to go home and get it. I just would have gone on to the movies, and I wouldn't be here right now, dying in such jolly company." They considered this silently. "I took the physical, and then I zipped through the objective stuff, and then I see this 3-page blank at the end of the folder. Please answer this question as objectively and honestly as you can, using not more than 1,500 words. Oh, holy shit, I think. The rest of it was sort of fun. What a bunch of fucked up questions. "Yeah, how often do you have a bowel movement?" Baker said dryly. "Have you ever used snuff?" Yeah, stuff like that," Abraham agreed. "I'd forgotten all about that stupid snuff question. I just zipped along, bullshitting in good order, you know, and I come to this essay about why I feel qualified to participate. I couldn't think of a thing. So finally some bastard in an army coat strolls by and says, 5 minutes, will everyone finish up, please?' So I just put down, I feel qualified to participate in the long walk because I am one useless SOB, and the world would be better off without me, unless I happen to win and get rich, in which case I would buy a Van Gogh to put in every room of my mansion and order up 60 high-class whores and not bother anybody. I thought about that for about a minute, and then I put in parentheses, I would give all my 60 high-class whores old-age pensions, too. I thought that would really screw 'em up. So a month later, I'd forgotten all about the whole thing. I get a letter saying I'm qualified. I damn near creamed my jeans." "And you went through with it?" Collie Parker demanded. "Yeah, it's hard to explain. The thing was, everybody thought it was a big joke. My girlfriend wanted to have the letter photographed and get it turned into a t-shirt down at the shirt shack, like she thought I'd pulled the biggest practical joke of the century. It was like that with everybody. I'd get the big glad hand and somebody was always saying something like, 'Hey, Abe, you really tweaked the major's balls, didn't you?' It was so funny I just kept on going. I tell you," Abraham said, smiling morbidly, "it got to be a real laugh riot. Everybody thought I was just gonna go on tweaking the major's balls to the very end, which was what I did. Then one morning I woke up, and I was in. I was a prime walker, 16th out of the drum, as a matter of fact. So I guess it turned out the major was tweaking my balls." An abortive little cheer went through the walkers, and Garrity glanced up. A huge reflector sign overhead informed them, Augusta, 10. "You could just die laughing, right?" Collie said. Abraham looked at Parker for a long time. "The founding father is not amused," he said hollowly. Chapter 14. They had all pretty much agreed that there was little emotional stretch or recoil left in them. But apparently, Garrity thought tiredly as they walked into the roaring darkness along US 202 with Augusta a mile behind them, it was not so. Like a badly treated guitar that has been knocked about by an unfeeling musician, the strings were not broken, but only out of tune, discordant, chaotic. Augusta hadn't been like Old Town. Old Town had been a phony hick New York. Augusta was some new city, a once-a-year city of crazy revelers, a party-down city full of a million boogieing drunks and cuckoo birds and out-and-out maniacs. They had heard Augusta and seen Augusta long before they had reached Augusta. The image of waves beating on a distant shore recurred to Garrity again and again. They heard the crowd 5 miles out. The lights filled the sky with a bubble-like pastel glow that was frightening and apocalyptic, reminding Garrity of pictures he had seen in the history books of the German air blitz of the American East Coast during the last days of World War II. They stared at each other uneasily and bunched closer together like small boys in a lightning storm or cows in a blizzard. There was a raw redness in that swelling sound of crowd, a hunger that was numbing. Garrity had a vivid and scary image of the great god crowd clawing its way out of the Augusta Basin on scarlet spider legs and devouring them all alive. The town itself had been swallowed, strangled, and buried. In a very real sense, there was no Augusta, and there were no more fat ladies or pretty girls or pompous men or wet-crotched children waving puffy clouds of cotton candy. There was no bustling Italian man here to throw slices of watermelon. Only crowd, a creature with no body, no head, no mind. Crowd was nothing but a voice and an eye, and it was not surprising that crowd was both God and Mammon. Garrity felt it. He knew the others were feeling it. It was like walking between giant electrical pylons, feeling the tingles and shocks stand every hair on end, making the tongue jitter nuttily in the mouth, making the eyes seem to crackle and shoot off sparks as they rolled in their beds of moisture. Crowd was to be pleased. Crowd was to be worshipped and feared. Ultimately, crowd was to be made sacrifice unto. They plowed through ankle-deep drifts of confetti. They lost each other and found each other in a sheeting blizzard of magazine streamers. Garrity snatched a paper out of the dark and crazy air at random and found himself looking at a Charles Atlas bodybuilding ad. He grabbed another one and was brought face to face with John Travolta. And at the height of the excitement, at the top of the first hill on 202, overlooking the mobbed turnpike behind and the gorged and glutted town at their feet, two huge purple-white spotlights split the air ahead of them, and the Major was there, drawing away from them in his jeep like an hallucination, holding his salute ramrod stiff, incredibly, fantastically oblivious of the crowd in the gigantic throes of its labor all around him. And the walkers, the strings were not broken on their emotions, only badly out of tune. They had cheered wildly with hoarse and totally unheard voices, the 37 of them that were left. The crowd could not know they were cheering, but somehow they did. Somehow they understood that the circle between death worship and death wish had been completed for another year, and the crowd went completely loopy, convulsing itself in greater and greater paroxysms. Garrity felt a stabbing, needling pain in the left side of his chest, and was still unable to stop cheering, even though he understood he was driving at the very brink of disaster. A shifty-eyed walker named Milligan saved them all by falling to his knees, his eyes squeezed shut and his hands pressed to his temples as if he were trying to hold his brains in. He slid forward on the end of his nose, abrading the tip of it on the road like soft chalk on a rough blackboard. How amazing, Garrity thought. That kid's wearing his nose away on the road. And then Milligan was mercifully blasted. After that, the walkers stopped cheering. Garrity was badly scared by the pain in his chest that was subsiding only partially. He promised that was the end of the craziness. "We getting close to your girl?" Parker asked. He had not weakened, but he had mellowed. Garrity liked him okay now. "About 50 miles, maybe 60, give or take." "You're one lucky son of a bitch, Garrity," Parker said wistfully. "I am?" He was surprised. He turned to see if Parker was laughing at him. Parker wasn't. "You're going to see your girl and your mother. Who the hell am I going to see between now and the end? No one but these pigs." He gestured with his middle finger at the crowd, which seemed to take the gesture as a salute and cheered him deliriously. "I'm homesick," he said, "and scared." Suddenly he screamed at the crowd, "Pigs! You pigs!" They cheered him more loudly than ever. "I'm scared too, and homesick. I mean, we..." He groped. We're all too far away from home. The road keeps us away. I may see them, but I won't be able to touch them. The rules say, I know what the rules say, bodily contact with anyone I wish, as long as I don't leave the road. But it's not the same. There's a wall. Fucking easy for you to talk. You're going to see them just the same. Maybe that'll only make it worse, McVries said. He had come quietly up behind them. They had just passed under a blinking yellow warning flasher at the Winthrop intersection. Garrity could see it waxing and waning on the pavement after they had passed it, a fearful yellow eye, opening and closing. You're all crazy, Parker said amiably. I'm getting out of here. He put on a little speed and had soon nearly disappeared into the blinking shadows. He thinks we're queer for each other, McVries said, amused. He what? Garrity's head snapped up. He's not such a bad guy, McVries said thoughtfully. He cocked a humorous eye at Garrity. Maybe he's even half right. Maybe that's why I saved your ass. Maybe I'm queer for you. With a face like mine, I thought you perverts liked the willowy type. Still, he was suddenly uneasy. Suddenly, shockingly, McVries said, Would you let me jerk you off? Garrity hissed in breath. What the hell? Oh, shut up, McVries said crossly. Where do you get off with all this self-righteous shit? I'm not even going to make it any easier by letting you know if I'm joking. What say? Garrity felt a sticky dryness in his throat. The thing was, he wanted to be touched. Queer, not queer, that didn't seem to matter now that they were all busy dying. All that mattered was McVries. He didn't want McVries to touch him, not that way. Well, I suppose you did save my life. Garrity let it hang. McVries laughed. I'm supposed to feel like a heel because you owe me something, and I'm taking advantage? Is that it? Do what you want, Garrity said shortly, but quit playing games. Does that mean yes? Whatever you want, Garrity yelled. Pearson, who had been staring, nearly hypnotized at his feet, looked up, startled. Whatever you goddamn want, Garrity yelled. McVries laughed again. You're all right, Ray. Never doubt it. He clapped Garrity's shoulder and dropped back. Garrity stared after him, mystified. He just can't get enough, Pearson said tiredly. Huh? Almost 250 miles, Pearson groaned. My feet are like lead with poison inside them. My back's burning, and that screwed-up McVries doesn't have enough yet. He's like a starving man gobbling up laxatives. He wants to be hurt, do you think? Jesus, what do you think? He ought to be wearing a beat me hard sign. I wonder what he's trying to make up for. I don't know, Garrity said. He was going to add something else, but he saw Pearson wasn't listening anymore. He was watching his feet again, his weary features drawn in lines of horror. He had lost his shoes. The dirty white athletic socks on his feet made gray-white arcs in the darkness. They passed a sign that said Lewiston 32, and a mile beyond that, an arched electric sign that proclaimed Garrity 47 in light bulb lettering. Garrity wanted to doze but was unable. He knew what Pearson meant about his back. His own spine felt like a blue rod of fire. The muscles at the backs of his legs were open, flaming sores. The numbness in his feet was being replaced by an agony much more sharp and defined than any that had gone before. He was no longer hungry, but he ate a few concentrates anyway. Several walkers were nothing but flesh-covered skeletons, concentration camp horrors. Garrity didn't want to get like that, but of course he was anyway. He ran a hand up his side and played the xylophone on his ribs. I haven't heard from Barkovich lately, he said in an effort to raise Pearson from his dreadful concentration, It was altogether too much like Olson reincarnated. No, somebody said one of his legs went stiff on him coming through Augusta. That right? That's what they said.
The Long Walk was written by Stephen King, writing as Richard Bachman, and read by Kirby Hayborn. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio.